All right, testing. Okay. Back on after a day off yesterday. Working on the main menu again. So I have a problem with, so I'm doing some lighting. And we have the wrong pipeline state for the render target. Ooh, Dragon, how's it going? I'm doing alright. Still on the main menu. Hope you're doing alright as well. So we need a new PSO. So the problem, we're getting an error here because this PSO named so here expects that type of render target, and we're passing it in an R8. So we need Gaussian blurs with different PSO states. Should be straightforward. In theory, that's all we need to do. So we need to go if get channel count for texture format source. Get format. Well, that's the channel count. CC equals 1. Else. Just made some sandwiches. Ooh, delicious. So we want the red version. Yeah, I did hear about that. That means, what does that mean? HBO coming to Netflix. Can't play that music, that's copyrighted. Wish I could. Alright. Oh, my light's turned off. I've had my kid in here and she's been messing with my lights. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, I had Paramount's put in a bid. Interesting though. Netflix getting HBO would be interesting. I'm a bit full of cold today, as you can probably tell. Okay. So let's see if that error is still there. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, my preference for music is I like a bit of metal when I'm coding. Metal music. But you can't get decent copyright-free metal. Yeah. I don't think, to be fair, like, I have no real problem with developers using AI for content, really, if they're just solo developers. But I don't think I would be using it right now because the law's just so unclear on what actually would happen in the future. You don't want to make a load of games with AI generated art and then the law in the future says that's going to be severely repressed or you don't own that art or anything like that. That would be bad. So I would stay away from it for now. I like the idea of, like, if you just want to make games as a hobby and you can't draw or you don't like drawing, that's no problem. Alright, so we do the red one. No complaints. The menu's looking pretty awful right now. Look at it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I might use it for concept art, but nothing public. But then there's loads of concept art in there online that's drawn by real people, so try there first. You know, if you just want to, like, visualise what this spaceship might be. The problem is that, like, it's never exactly right. It's never exactly what you want. Never exactly what I want, anyway. So this is the state of the main menu at the moment. It does actually look a lot better than this. I'm just doing this blit here so I can visualize an effect I'm doing. I think that's pretty much it, though, the effect. What I'm doing is trying to light up the active text, the hot text in the menu. AI slop. Yeah, I think that's it. There might be some creative. I mean, there is a creative backlash, isn't there? So this is the menu so far. So I did it so the buttons light up. But I want to get the text to light up as well. I need to turn this off to stop these direct text warnings. Nearly finished on the main menu. They used Diablo 2 to make the buildings in Adobe Photoshop. What do you mean? That's great. So, oh, that's it. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. Yeah, they used Photoshop to make the buildings in Diablo 2. So, was it drawn or was it AI? Photoshop is pretty industry standard for game art. If you're in AAAs. Use the layers. The layers. The layers. Oh, you mean like to build up the parallax? Yeah. I use layers a lot as well, actually, for different effects. There's not really been any art for this game drawn yet. The only thing I've drawn is the mouse cursor. Photoshop is AI. Well, it has AI. It has an AI helper like Visual Studio and an AI image generator, but you don't have to use it. You can just paint stuff on. But yeah, everything's got it. All right, so let's pick. So I should have generated some light for. So when gonna go over it, like I want the save game to light up. should have generated some light for it that I can just blit on. I'll just add on to the that looks pretty naff though. That blur looks pretty naff. In fact, it doesn't look right. No, it is right. We'll put it on. We'll see what it looks like. So this mipped up is actually now going to be something in the canvas. It's going to be DX12 render target P active button light map, active button text light map. Horizon Zero Dawn lawsuit. Oh, I think I've actually heard about that, yeah. Okay. So, on post-process now, we have one of these if P active button light map. Put a little note there because it's a bit weird why we're just making that null at the end. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that clone. So we want to do basically the same, except we want to do this, and this transform is going to be different. Let's see if we can actually see it. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's pretty neat, actually. That's pretty cool. Kind of lens flare effect. Just need to get the transform right. So when we push a viewport, it needs to be the correct viewport, which is the button bounds. What is the correct viewport? Maybe we could save it. What is the correct viewport? It's the button bounds scaled. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, man. That's why I like indie. So I think we need to actually save some kind of viewport. We need to know where to draw this texture. And it's basically over the top of the text material bounds. So I think what I'm going to, well, So let's just put rect active button light map viewport. Need to set that. Star Citizen, yeah, people do say it's a scam, don't they? It's a club, really. That's the way I look at it. It's more like a club. It's a membership. It's a members club for a game. It's a nice way to, I think, to make a game that never... People say it never gets finished, but that's like saying like World of Warcraft never gets finished. Alright. So we need to know so this just needs to get scaled by the scale around the center. Using tons of players, really? Even after, didn't it go on Game Pass? Is it not on Game Pass yet? Ah, crazy, man. It might not be on Game Pass, they might have kept it off. That will be the hidden, the secret, like, plan, probably, when World of Warcraft gets to a certain level, like, player base. If the numbers decrease significantly, they put it on Game Pass. I don't know if it's meant to go on Game Pass. They could. Yeah, now they own them. They could do it. It depends if they do if it makes business sense for them. It's a secret weapon they have for it. Okay, so we need to get this bounds to be scaling around the center. So we need to go auto scale bounds equals bounds so we do scale bounds .xy minus equals scale bounds center, scale bounds times equals scale bounds dot xy plus equals don't know if that's right at all. So we'd have a times equals for a rectangle with a scalar. It's just free to play, yeah. Yeah, I mean included with Game Pass, yeah. So this should center it. Yeah. And then this should scale it. I don't think that's right. That's right to that step. I always find these like coordinate transformations like this just fries my brain. So we just need to put it back to its original position. That should work. Problem with that is it's a negative. Coordinate. It's a negative X and Y. Is that actually true though? I think it might be. Don't see anything. I think that is correct. Let's just fix that. I don't see anything. Quite a lot of effects now for these. For this main menu. It's this last one. Oh, there's no texture. That's weird. Literally nothing happening. What am I even trying to look for? What is the viewport? What is the viewport? That's what I'm looking for. Viewport is 0. Right. Oh, we're not even setting it. What was it called? Right, moment of truth. It's up here. But it might look alright. I'm not convinced by the blur. Okay, so it needs to actually be That's weird how it's drawing it right in the top right corner. It's drawing it. It needs to be like offsetted by this position. But why? Setting the viewport. What are we post-processing here? We're post-processing the main canvas at this point. Okay, so we need to add the viewport X and Y on. We need to add the menu. The menu X and Y in like full screen space. Do we have access to that? So that's relative to the top left corner of the menu. So we need to add on the menu position. Alright, there's ads going, so I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I'll be back soon. Alright. So I've swapped it to run ads every hour. But you have to run more ads to do that in a block. So you get 3 minutes an hour instead of 1.5 minutes every half an hour. So we'll try that for a bit. I think because it's a coding stream, it makes sense to have fewer breaks. Okay. So, is there any way we can actually get where the current viewport is? Draw context, viewport stack number 8. So, because the thing is this is not drawing onto the main window right now. Viewport cursor number 17. I don't know what that viewport cursor is. Oh, it could be it. That could be it. What is viewport cursor? The viewport cursor number 17 is correct. That is the 1660. That is the current place. Let's try that. Plus draw context. So what does get current viewport do? It's the top of the viewport stack. Get viewport. Don't know what really to call that. Cursor viewport, I'll call it. Ah. I'm going to say do that else. Const. Get bounds. So why can't this be const as well? Probably can. Whoops. This pointer, it's a stack, it's get top. Optref size T, what's that all about? Optref T, oh, no. Okay. I'll do this. That'll allow me to do this. What's this? Reverse engineering Call of Duty. Absolutely mint engines, these. Absolutely mint. It's a viewport. Value or XY. That's mint Woot Dragon. I have a couple of friends who's worked on the Call of Duties. They're made by a lot of studios though, so I don't exactly know which ones and what he did, or what they did. Nice one. So let's have a look. $17. That is the correct offset. Let's see. No, it's not working still. What? Light map offset. So the light map offset is 16 on the X, 160 on the Y. So that definitely puts it like 152 down. Still drawing it there though. We're not actually calling reset either. Which we should do. Bamberg, top of the morning. Top of the morning. Do you watch Iron, what's he called, Irish John? He's cool. Why is it doing that? It's in the complete wrong place. $152 on X it's meant to be. On Y even. No idea. Not a regular, yeah. It's not really a engine stream, is it? It's just a good, I think he's quite a cool guy. Seems like a cool guy. It's making a cool game. Okay. So why is this? What's going on? What's the viewport? It's the wrong viewport. I'm obviously not setting it properly. I'm tired today. Active button light map viewport. It's in the different. No, it's in it. Okay. So then when we go to post process, $152. Viewport. So why is it giving me the wrong viewport? Ben's making bugs. Yeah. Not a bug yet, I would say. And no. I mean, however you want to define a bug, really. I'm just trying to get it. I'm doing the wiring now, and I'm wiring this up to that, and it's not actually working. This one is doing the same. Should probably have a reset there as well, you know. This one is working. Oh, your decompiler, yeah, cool. Your Pokemon decompiler. Yeah, that's awesome. So we are pushing the right viewport. So much stuff you need to do with DirectX 12 to make things work. Just draw it. Pop the viewport. So the current viewport is that one. Oh. So now it's saying, now that's going back to the menu viewport. Yeah. Okay, well, it looks like I am, actually. Pushing on the right viewport there, it's just not coming through. All this to get a texture to render in the right place, eh? So this is it. It's going there. That is the draw call. The viewport is minus 127, minus 7.5. Why? I'm meant to be adding this on. Just get rid of this draw filter. Can we see? There is a way, I believe, to see the CPU. Doesn't work though. What's going on? What's crazy is that. Well, 127 minus 7.5. Is that the viewport? Is that this viewport? It shouldn't be. Where's the viewport? Current viewport, 300, 400. So 560 by 62. So the width and height are this correct. Minus 120, minus 7.5. Ooh. So that's not this one, is it? Reset, what does reset do? Here's the clears. How many of there are there? 8 of them. So we set blip button lighting. It's the same pipeline. We set the viewport, push viewport, which is this viewport, which does the literal RS set viewports. Ended up fixing a few bugs on it. Yeah. Would you rewrite it? Would you rewrite it a better way? So the current target. Where's the current target? Is the main target. What's so mental, right, is that this is doing the exact same thing. Active button light map. What canvas are we even in? The menu canvas. What I want to know is why button light map is showing up. Just have one every frame. PP draw context. So we're in the main menu, but we're bound to target main. So if we don't push this viewport on, using the current full viewport for the menu. Nearly there. Just don't know why that's not working. So if we set XY to 0. Ooh. So now we're up here with X and Y 0. 0, 0. That's gone through all right. Okay. So that's worked. So let's do 0. Is it 152? Zero, 152.5. Is it clipping it? Aha. So let's do minus 1119. Just literally hard coding in the position of the button. For some reason it doesn't like. That's worked. So it's slightly actually in the wrong place. Either is that or the blur is not very good. So why does setting it there make it work? So setting it there makes it work. Literally no idea what's going on there. Okay, so what happens if I do auto VP is equal to that? Does that work? This works. Now it's in the right place. I mean, they're all hard coded to the first button. Ah, it's because so it's in the right place when the button is translating. It's in the right place when the button is not translated, by the looks of it. Okay, I'm confused because we're literally setting that to what it is. So the button is already minus 119, 152.5. Nothing changed. Literally nothing changed. Now it changed. So why does it want me to hard code that? Um, viewports number 36. I'm going to rebuild it because this is crazy. And then I have to directly call it with the command list. But if I hard code that, Rework. Okay, let's push viewport's doing this. This is going to screw stuff up. I'm going to do this. Command list. Okay, so we're literally now pushing this directly with the command list. And we're just calling draw instanced. Okay, all I'm going to do then, to offset, active button, light map, viewport, offset, and then set the offset. And this needs setting. We're going to do the translation there. Does that work? No, that also doesn't work. Oh my word. I mean, at this rate, how do we do this? This is just not working. So the viewport, it's like stuck at minus 127, minus 7.5. Even though we are sending in minus 119, 191.5. Minus 119, 152.5. The mental thing is if we just hard code it to be minus 119, so we just say minus 119, 152.5. So this is just setting it to what it already is. Works. Oh my word. Okay. Send in the viewport. Stop translate. Okay, so let's do a log line. VP log line HC for hard coded. I don't know why we can't do this anymore either. I do have format specializations for these. Oh. VP is minus 127.7.5, it says there. Is it a Visual Studio bug? So we've just printed out VP. Yeah, I'm confused. Okay, so we need a condition vp.x is equal to minus 127. Right. Where are we? In the menu canvas. So the offset is sometimes 0. So offset is 0. However, if I put a breakpoint there, offset is not 0. Okay. So this is the actual call. So on the call, the offset is 0. But when I have a breakpoint there, it's not 0. There's no current viewport. Okay, let's not do value or. So the cursor viewport is a real viewport. coming out at 0, 0. $17. Ah. Okay. $560.62, so this is incorrect then. Viewport cursor. Oh, interesting. I've got the material in twice. That might be a cut. That might be first. 0 to 108. 0 to 54. Ah, the buttons in the button text. No, they're not in twice. Right. For some reason, the current viewport is 0, 0. The offset is 0, 0. Okay. So this is a lot of junk, this cursor viewport thing. What do we actually use this for? Pushing and popping viewports. So that should be the cursor viewport. So now we're pushing on, we're clearing it, the light target. So it might do it for one frame. So what does pop do? Does it set it? Oh. Yeah, so pop, the handle's used for something else. It works for one frame, and then the next bunch of frames it doesn't work. That's what's causing it. Confusing. Um, so we just need to get the proper viewport, the real viewport. So the light offset, how do we get this? Maybe have to pass it in the material. So this is text material, main target offset. And Game UI canvas now. This, so material, it's not there. It's the text. Just get bounds.xy. Oh, right, let's just rebuild. So we have the main target offset now, which is the bounds of this current canvas.xy. That should in theory work. Now let's just see if it looks good. And if it doesn't, try and improve it. Right, there we go. don't know if that... The blur needs sorting out. It's almost as if the step's too big on the blur. What step are we doing? Well, only 1 pixel 9 taps, so it's actually quite a big blur, so that must be wrong. So what do we do this? Maybe we do need to MIP down 2 times. So we MIP down 2 times, then we blur and we MIP up once. Blur, MIP up, blur. So this is blur target 0, blur target 1. So we're doing MIP down 2 times and then we blur, and then we MIP up, and then we blur, and then we MIP up, and then that is set. That's a lot better. All right, banging. I think that's that menu done. Finally. Okay, let's do a quick picks, just check it, then we'll have a break and then we'll move on to the next menu. Shouldn't take us long. Let's just collect the time in. So the menu canvas in entirety is 0.3 milliseconds. No, it's 300,000 nanoseconds, which is 3 microseconds. 316 microseconds. So it is 0.3 milliseconds, which is pretty fast. It's mostly in the post process. So this one here. So what's that doing? Bloom Blit. Takes a long time to do that. Does it add a lot? I wonder why that takes so long. All these are like in the single digit thousands, and then that one takes a long time. Is it adding enough to... That would be the menu without it. All right. So let's take the bloom off. Where is it? I think it is in Game UI. Post processing. Where's post processing? What is here? We just take that off. Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't need it. All right, I think I'm just going to move on. Right, check in. I know the last thing I want to do actually is just go to the game UI style, renderer style. We do want some padding in. And I just want to sort out if that has affected where the buttons go on the menu. Yes, slightly. So let's just fix that. GUI renderer. Draw button. Get next button bounds. So let's just knock this out a second. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's all we need. Yeah, they're not quite wide enough. Why are they not wide enough? Bounds. So this is the bounds of the canvas. So we probably, to fix this, need to make the canvas a bit bigger. Pause menu, get bounds. So we want to make it 330 maybe. Yeah, that's nicer. So let's also we do the light gather. I'm not using any gamma. We'll just multiply it by like 1.5, make it a bit brighter. Check that's actually working. Don't think it is. Yeah. So it has to really be in the blur. Well, it actually has to be. Maybe we need another. So we have this thing where we blit it on here. Maybe we need another shader for that. So we can just up the brightness of the button text independently of the brightness of that light. Okay, we will do that. And text lighting. So we want blip button lighting. Oops. And then blip button text lighting. Now we can just independently brighten up the text. I think it needs to be a little bit brighter. It kind of looks naff. Be the other way to do this to make it look less naff. That's super duper bright. Maybe we go the other way and make it not as bright. Yeah, maybe that's a bit nicer. Just have it not as bright. Yeah, that's it's a little bit nicer. Or just having 0. Yeah, it does need something. Well, we'll stick with 1. And then if we hate it, we can come and change it. The other way to do it would be to... What would be the way to do it that would look a bit nicer? Distance field. We'd have to distance field the text. So we'd have to generate a distance field, which we could do offline, because it's just static text. It'd mean a distance field for every single translation. That's really the only way that'd make it look better. So if you wanted to have it have the appearance of as bright as that. What actually happens if we do it with no background? That looks fine. Fu Manchu. Was I wearing glasses before? Something's different. Yeah, I'm wearing glasses at the moment. Got a little bit of like what's it called? Sinus ache. So I'm just wearing my glasses to protect my eyes. So make my eyes strain less, basically. I do normally have to wear glasses. I just don't wear them when I'm coding. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Heading towards your last day, what, you know? Yeah, I don't know about the light on this text. I'm not sure. This light looks good. On the text, I don't know. What about a little bit less blur? So this would mean just mipping down one, not bothering to mip up 2 times. What's happened there? Then mip up 1. So it's just mip down 1, then blur. Is that better? It's cheaper. I kind of like preferred it where it was really stretched out, which would be an artistic thing. So we'd have to get the viewport and like stretch it out. So it'd kind of like be inflate by 128 maybe. Yeah, like that. But maybe we actually inflate it by the height of the canvas over 2. What we need to inflate it by the current viewport height over 2. It's really stretched. It's inflating it by 200. And then we're actually blitting on. Doesn't actually have to be that as strong as that. So we could vignette it. I think it needs to be a little less strong. And kind of vignetted, so to do that, so what would be cool is if they were moving. Let's stretch. So we would benefit there from having the extra blur in. We just move it down to. Okay, it's looking a bit better now. So the thing is, the vignette comes from the center, so yeah, that's better without the mask, I think. Let's try this without the mask. Yeah. Kind of liked the scratchiness of the other vignette. So that's nice, you just can't read the text. That's the problem with that. It's so bright. Okay. Let's go back to the scratchy. Where are we? Do the scratchiness. Yeah, that's nicer. That's proper like lens flare-y. So, what are we sampling here? Let's just linear sample this. Yeah, I think we keep that. Maybe try it the other way around. So the lines face the other way. Both ways. But maybe less so on the height, so maybe like over 4 on the height. And we probably want the actual flare to transition in rather than immediately be there. Which would mean that this has got to be a lerp value. Does the button... We need the transition. I wonder if this could happen. So this is the view part. It's the draw context, get current view part. I wonder if this could happen. If this could happen in the... When we're rendering the lights. The light text, where we're calculating this view part. We could just say scale bounds.height over 2. Two times scale height. It's not really doing anything. It's only 62. I think we have to get the current view part. We do here. So let's get this a bit earlier. And then we'll just make this VP. H over 2. Not working. That's alright. We'll go back then. And we'll just put in a active button transition T. I think. I'm just going to have a quick break. I'll run an ad now. And we won't get one for over an hour. So I'll run a quick ad and then I'll make some coffee and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just messing with the old ad break there. But no. Okay, so we have this transition T. So we want to lerp or ease. Ease transition T menu, what is it? Active button transition T. Louise out cubic. Multiply that. So this is actually auto layer scale. So this transition T needs to get set somewhere. Get close to the mic. Okay. So the transition T, I'll probably set it in the actual material. So we're going to go float transition T, and then we will do active transition T is the text material transition T, and then in the game UI renderer, take this away now. I'm actually drawing the button. We want the transition T. Which is the tween for the game menu state. UI button state. So this, we need the actual transition T. What's going on here? That's in the wrong place. It's actually in the text material. Okay. And then kind of want the transition T here. And this now is the tween T. It's text. Text tween T. So this should just come on. The question is, come on at a different rate. This just comes on at the same time as the button becomes active. It takes like a few frames for the button to come active. See how it looks. They might be too fast. In which case we need another tween. Ooh, didn't build properly. What I would say is it makes it a little bit hard to read. It's maybe a bit too bright. That's better. So now it's a few frames of it coming on rather than just snapping on immediately. Alright, obviously that's not working. But we haven't got onto the next menu yet, fixing all them bugs. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think bigger text is better. All right. So now we just need to move on to the sub menu. The immediate bug I saw was that the lights were being rendered in the wrong place. To figure out what's that's causing that. Maybe we just need, still not quite happy with it's still a little bit too it's a bit liney. how expensive it would be to do one. Oh, we're not mipping up too tight. Alright, no. Oh, this takes the lininess away. So we don't get any lininess there at all. I mean, it kind of looks nice. With some big fat lines. Oops. Let's try one more thing. Which was not actually set at pushing the new viewport on. Oops. That's quite nice. Let's put this vignette back on. Can I go back to it? Okay, that would be the vignette. How do we squish it? Time to mask by that. Hmm. possibly kind of what I'm after. The other way around. Go like 0.4 to 1. Hmm. 6 to 1. Or 2 to 1. Okay. It's good apart from these lines. I wonder if I can actually... We do want some other lines, that's the thing. Alright. I think I'm just going round in circles on this. Draw menu button text. We could do one more blur on mipped up 0. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Let's just try mipping down 1, then mipping up 1. That's quite nice. Alright, I think we go for that. Possibly turn it down a little bit. Really jacked up. Yeah, that's good. Alright, stopping. I'm stopping now. Alright, let's check it in. Let's move on, because we're just going to be here for... You could be here in shaders for hours and hours. Right. Let's debug. Because there is... If I go to like this one, you can see that those lights are appearing on the wrong canvas there. For some reason. So we'll just start with Pix. Let's see what we get. Submenu canvas. So where is the call? We're getting something. It's very dim, so it's behind the light. It's probably a translation that's wrong. It does look like losing energy. Let's have a look at this. It looks like we start here, got quite a lot of energy there. Asking Google. Incomplete kernel normalization. Well, they should sum to 1. Yes, these elements sum to exactly 1. Right. So the only thing is MIPUP could have a boost. Could artificially put a boost. It could be the MIPIN that's doing it. Alright. Won't get on that yet. We'll just see. So I couldn't see. I think it's just something to do with it's just something to do with how I'm drawing these in the post-process step. So where are we? We've got game canvas, menu canvas, submenu canvas. Submenu canvas does have a button light map for some reason. Does it have an active text light map? No. So menu button background. So this, I believe, generates the light. Menu canvas. Submenu canvas. There's one button on here. We've got a light target. But nothing is hot. Okay, so maybe this could be due with being a little bit better written. So we could put this could do this. The button hot now is just where the light target is set. Where's this tween? Okay. Oh no, actually, the light target needs to be around even when the button is not hot. So what is this tween? So nothing is hot right now. So draw all the buttons, get the light target. Find the light target, draw it, reset it. So we have the P button light map. The menu canvas. The P button light map for the sub menu canvas. Let's just check the addresses. So for the menu canvas, 7DBO 490. And then in post process, for the sub menu canvas, yeah, interesting. Okay, I need to fix that, I think. So we go to display and then we do this, but the light is appearing over here. Bamberg, how's it going? The group meeting was quite the annoyance. It's okay if he disappears. Okay, so the menu canvas. what's going on here then? What I need to work on with my decompiler is more abstraction. Ah, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just debugging. Got some kind of render target mix up. Mess up the logic. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, there's definitely some render target mix up or something. Very brute forced. Some concepts to make it easier for me. Yeah. Do you mean C++ concepts, or do you just mean the general word concepts? So if the submenu doesn't have any buttons on it, it's totally fine. If the submenu has a button on it, it breaks. Mean in general. Yeah. So that is the call there. That should be drawing this light. Jeez. What is that call? So that draw there, I think, is for the button. Keep track of the different flags. Specify whether and how they can be set to prevent messing up. Yeah. Interesting. So you've almost got like you need to set flags with APIs that are much earlier, and then when you get further down the program, for things to work, things needed to have been set much earlier. Is that right? Issues are pretty silent, yeah. Like, I try not to squirrel away state if I can. Not always possible. Code just ends up wrong, yeah. Which is super annoying, isn't it? So the first thing I can see that is wrong is that I believe that is being drawn in the wrong place. That light there should be drawn here. So we can fix that. We'll just fix things. Yeah, man. You will eventually get good at it. Definitely. And we've definitely got like rendering issues. Okay, well, let's just keep going. So, this massive section of code is to do with drawing the lights. So, bounds.left. So the gap. So the light PX is 870, 423, 890. 423. 890 is quite big. I need to actually have some pics open so I can see what's going into the shaders. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what makes really good programmers, like how the code base grows versus how simple it stays. If you can get a code base that grows but is easy to use as it grows, that's the dream. Right, so that's the thing that I want to capture. Right there. Okay. So we do have these random 0.01s in X. So that is it in UV space, I think. That just sets it off. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. That just means, that just like nudges the light away, so it's not being rendered. So we're sending in the tween value 0.39, 0.08, 0.39. Aspect should be 1. Yeah, just anytime you can think of anything, Vanbjerg, just let us know. Okay. So, this is the submenu canvas. So here we go. This is PS main background light. So we are sending in 0.39, 0.86. Yeah. And what is this actually doing? Nudging it. One thing I notice is how obsessed with doing things fast. Otherwise I'd feel slow. Oh, right. Do you mean code it, like typing a lot of lines quickly? Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah. It's okay as well just to get something in and then refine it later. That's also okay. So this appears to be coming in the wrong place. I mean, I think it is. It's really hard to tell. I know that is the right place. That is the right place. Or just off the right place. So what I need to actually do is have this tween be very fast. Basically instant. Yeah. Just keep plodding along. Okay. Is it in the wrong place? Oh, I wonder if... Okay, I wonder if we just cannot have statics here. That might be it as well. We definitely can't have statics here. Did one guy play it? Yeah. Nice one. So I'm just going to put this in the canvas. Definitely can't have statics. Two canvases operating on the same code now. Oh look, that's fixed it. Let's fix that light. The actual apply is not getting the lens flare. And then when I click it, it's not, it stops, the light doesn't appear until I move back on it. Still fun to play. See, that's good though. Completed 3 levels. Just not on with 3 stars. Yeah, man. So why? So I think this needs to be hot or focused. There. Yeah, nice one. Nice one, Van Berg. So why is that not happening? So we actually need, we draw a little white square to make the light really pop. Draw a button background. Come on, chew. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, not long, is it? It's not long until you're away. Not the stream. No, I didn't think so. So what's going on there? Why is that all of a sudden not rendering the light? It's when the mouse is... It's when the mouse is released. It's when it flips to the new canvas. Wow, crazy. Can't make the fancy UI like the one you're doing. No, it takes a long time to do something like this. If you're up against time, it's hard. Lots of small things. Is it Friday you finish Fu Manchu? So it's still hot because the button is still in. It's just not drawing for some reason. Some tween has been set to off, maybe. So we're saying draw button background focused. Right. So that isn't affecting anything because it's when the mouse is released. So there is a flicker as well for some reason. So we're not against AI or vibe coding. Yeah, I mean, you can use it for inspiration, but I don't know if I would copy and paste code from an AI into a code base. Or look at what it's doing and then experiment. Yeah, it's mental, isn't it? Friday's the last day. Oh yeah, let's celebrate. One thing we do want to do is draw the photo. And compile it. Yeah, crazy, innit? This music is a bit... I've been using AI a little bit more just to ask questions. I used it for this. Do these sum to 1? And it said yes. That's a good use of AI. Right, I need to actually catch the state where the button is released and see why we're not rendering the light. So, what would it be? Window input. Set up. Hopefully it doesn't do this every frame. Boom. Right. I'm going to run an ad, make a cup of coffee before I debug this. I've upped the ads to 3 minutes, but it means we don't get ads for another over an hour after this. So I think it's a good compromise. It takes me like 3 minutes to make up a coffee anyway, so I'm going to run an ad and have a break, and then we'll debug this. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Test. Right, I've swapped my earphones over and I can't hear anything. So let me just give me a second to sort that out. Still actually learning. There we go, still learning Windows 11. Alright. Now it's handmade. Yeah. Well, Fu Manchu, you can, in a week's time, you'll be the boss of your own repository there. You'll be the boss of your own repository and you can do whatever you want. It should be lovely. Oh, we don't want to break because so this is, the mouse has just gone up. So, give me my renderer. If it's just gone up, it should be hot, right? Right, so need to catch this. So DX12 canvas, draw menu, button, background. Okay, so we're in menu canvas. So this should still be drawing the light. It does turn it off. What is the state? Normal. It's a state of normal. So they're all normal. Index 1. Normal, yeah. Okay, so that won't draw the light. What would it do? So that would result in a flicker. Okay. So obviously when the mouse is up, we're giving it one frame of normal. Now that might be actually needed for other systems, unfortunately. It's fixed. Crazy. Okay, so draw button. This is with. So we need to go all the way back to game menus actually. Take the pause menu. It's here. Tick button state. Add input box. It's not focused. It's not hot because it's just come off focused. Can I do get UI state? Can. So what's going on there is we're clicking on it, which obviously it means it goes from hot to focused, and then we're unclicking it and it's going. It should really go back to hot. It should test if it's hot still. We've got old hot boxes. There's nothing in there. So lost focus, save game. That's just lost its focus. Okay. PC Locker. Tell AI to do it here. How's it going? Mouse keyboard controller, right. So do we get here first? Or here first? Here. Right. Oh, we immediately If not state begin input window. So that failed immediately. Hope you're alright, PC. Locker. Welcome. Okay. So why did it fail? Foreground window. So it's saying if not the foreground window, not window is foreground, or window is equal to the window. Foreground window is equal to the window handle. What is that doing? It's because we've have we just clicked on the window? So what I need to do then is click on the window somewhere. It's because it's that's if we're swapping back to the game, which I think we might have been doing. All right. Now let's put a breakpoint there. And the breakpoint here. Still failing this then? Yes. So it's basically not letting anything become hot. Which condition is it failing? False. It's not the foreground window. Sci-Fi Gardener is not the foreground window. But it's not the foreground window because Visual Studio is the foreground window. So let's just man, UI is a right pain sometimes. Let's try again. Does this succeed? Yes. Got 7 input boxes. One of them is save game, which is still technically hot. We want to make it hot. It's just left focus. Add hotbox. Right, so it does add it as a hotbox. Okay, so why is it not hot? Shouldn't be focused. save game is still apparently focused. Foot must be focused for 1. Let me clear the focus. Let me say it's pressed. Okay, so actually, possibly we want to go. So it's turned to the pressed state, but it's not in the hot state anymore. Okay, so that means. So there's a bunch of states then. You've got normal, hot, pressed, focused. So actually. More button. Focused or pressed. And then maybe here it's just if it's not normal. Well, we'll say hot or focused or button material state is pressed. Yeah. Let's see if that does anything. Haha, I fixed it. Praise the Lord. Right. The next thing is, we're not getting the lens flare on the submenu button text for some reason. Fix that. So it's here for the submenu. We're not actually getting. So what creates the lens? This creates the lens flare. This. So we want it if it's hot. So I did notice that target active button transition T is 0, which maybe it should be. Text material transition T. So I wonder if we're not putting in the transition T. So we're going to go if well, this is temporary code. This if text material transition T is 1, break. I'm not exactly sure where we put this transition in the material. That would definitely not make it show. No, it is 1. Main target offset. 304 of X, 104 of Y. That seems kind of right. Okay, well, we're getting good transition. So now let's see if it is actually turning up. So we'll have to pix and see if that light map is turning up. The submenu canvas. So let's just check all the draw calls for this. Okay, that's this. Okay, we're not actually drawing in but the text, that's what's happening. There's no text being drawn. It's up here. What's the text we're actually meant to be rendering? Apply. It's up here. It doesn't look like apply as well. So we've got a problem here then with the material. This bit of code here. I would say. So there's only one button text, which means this should be the same. So from 0 to 30 should be the actual same as the full batch. 210 to 240. Okay, so that's completely wrong. I'm using AI today to practice my explanations. Yeah, cool. I quite like asking it stuff, you know, like why is this happening? It's just doing a big Google search and compiling all of the information and just presenting it to you, and it saves you doing it yourself, which is quite nice. Yeah, so this is wrong. This is drawing the wrong stuff. It's drawing from 0 to 30. And actually, we want to be drawing from 210 to 240. So there's an offset problem there. When building them, so this whole material kind of thing, where I can look up subsections of the draw. So like all this button text is drawn in one draw call, but then the materials allow us to just take out little bits of text from the draw call, so we can do the effects just on this bit of text, and that's obviously not working properly. Can I explain how I made it work? Do you step through the code? Do you actually like step through it line by line to try and understand what's going on? Okay, so that is in Canvas. And Oh, I think I might know what's going on. So, the item list. Submenu canvas. So it's triangles. Range.last. So this range. That's in the wrong place. Hang on. Move that over there. Submenu canvas. We need to actually offset. This needs to be offsetted. So we say it's the render batch first. We need to get the renderer and see how many renderer I've got render batches. Get batches. Menu background, so we want actually menu button background, no, menu text background, menu button text. So we've got first and last. We need to know where this what is this renderer batch here? Renderer batch is 8 plus 7, which is 15. Is unknown. Unknown. Okay, used to help, but it's a slippery slope. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, slippery slope. This is it. It's going to be difficult to stay disciplined with learning rather than just copy and pasting. So we've got a bunch of unknowns there. The background and the scissor, then the menu button background, and the menu button text. No idea how this is working. sub canvas. Okay, so the renderer has got 8 batches in it. So let's have a quick look at renderer. Let's just do renderer batches. Push batch range. So we do renderer push batch range. So this is the draw items. There's 24 in. 24 unknowns in. So I wonder if push batch range should actually, well, I suppose assume it's going to fill it in. All the scissor rects, no outlines, no light tokens. So it's one of these, or every one of these. So the RGBAXY. So does it come through? Does that happen here? Yeah, okay. So I wonder if we need to do this first. There we go. That's done it. Okay. So let's quickly just check that we are actually drawing it in the right place. In the vertex buffer, I mean. So it's from 210 to 240. 210 to 240. Works like a dream. Okay, so the buttons look. I'm looking at the buttons, and there's no gap really. There's like a pixel gap between one button and the next thing. So I need to figure out how to make that a little bit better. And you can't even read display. You can't even read the title. So that would be in the MUI renderer. Get next button bounds. So it's because we're doing in this inflate, possibly. No. So the result, we are adding 2 button padding on, which is 8 pixels. The Y is this. I'm looking at this line, this black line. There should be an 8 pixel gap. For some reason it's not there. So let's go to game menus, what's it called? Display menu. On tick. So we've got after the apply button. Where's the apply button? Apply and save. So we've got this apply and save, and then got a revert, and then they've got this draw separator. So what is that doing? Next separator bounds. Separator padding is 4. So next p.y is wrong. Next p.y is 227. Oh, look. So possibly need to do like this. Well, that is. What's the difference between padding and margin? Padding the space inside the border and margin the space outside the border. So this needs to be, we need a margin. Button margin. So 2 pixels. And that's button. Margin. Fu Manchu. New variable like this. It returns a value. Yeah. I'll copy this to there because the chat box doesn't really format very well. Ludo create params, yeah. But params was already available that existed in that scope, so it didn't compile. Okay. Oh man, right. How do you come to that error and change the variable name and hold a reference to something that is gone? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, this line shouldn't compile, should it? That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy, isn't it? Auto other params. Yeah, man. Yeah, the value would be gone, yeah. It's fixed, review it. Wow. Right. See if there's a little couple of pixels. There is a little couple of pixels. Lovely. So we want... What do we want for the margin value? Where did I change that? Oh, I changed it here. Oh, I'm getting tired now. That's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. So how do I... What is this style? Is it just the UI style? I don't have a game UI style. Style. Is just UI style. Game UI renderer style. Game UI, why is it not using Game UI renderer style? I can't even remember how this works, to be fair. Style is just UI style, and the IUI renderer is the Game UI renderer. It should have a different style. Oh, it's templated. I wrote this years ago. Game UI renderer, Game UI renderer style. This is a Game UI, so a Game UI canvas. We can specify a different type of renderer. I just want to know how this is working. Game menus, Game UI canvas. The left canvas and the right canvas. So it's just straight up default Game UI canvas, which is Game UI renderer style. So button margin is 2. Even anyway, yeah. I think you're going to enjoy it. You're going to enjoy not having to do other people's code review for other people. Get button bounds. Get next button bounds. So does this come out? Is to this style, right? It says it's a BMUI style. So can I just get rid, if I get rid of this, is it a compile error? You bet, how's it going? It is. So I'm using the wrong render style. Oh, it must be set. Yeah. This is not necessarily the best way to do this. Working on menus still. I'm going to be working on menus for a long time. Let's be real. Bottom margin. Not very IT related. Yeah. I'll try my best. What's going on here? What is going on here? Button margin is not a member of UI context menu style. Okay. Wow, this is crazy. I did a lens flare today. It was alright. Turned into a lens flare. And I finished the pause menu. The real game's pause menu. Unless I get sick of it. Game UI renderer style. Ah, that's one of the typos. Button margin. Game UI list style. There's a lot of styles. Game UI item list style. Game UI. Where's Game UI item list style? It is here. I'm onto the sub-menus now, so the menus that appear when you click the buttons on the pause menu. I actually haven't done a button click for the pause menu. What happens when you click the button? So that's still that to do. Right now nothing happens. Almost 5 years at a Chinese friend. Oh man. Yeah, it sucks. So I'm a wizened old 40-year-old, and one thing that a piece of knowledge that I have gained over the years is that people always come in and out of your life all the time. Just happens all the time, and you can't control it. You know, I have a completely different set of friends now. Not completely different, some similar ones, but a lot of people have moved out of my life in the last 10 years, and a lot of people have moved into my life. And that's just a cycle of life. Looking quite good, that. And now we have button margin, which is 2 pixels. So we're looking, we can change things now, hopefully in the game UI renderer style. We'll put button margin up to like 32 pixels and just see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, cheers. I really like the Death Stranding UI. That's a good UI. There we go. There's a bug there. I have that documented, where the text is in the wrong place, and it doesn't scissor as well, which is interesting. But we'll get there. So button margin is 2, and then separator padding. Separator padding and margin are basically the same. Separator padding, can we put 8? Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't control who comes in and out of your life as much as you think you can. Some people stick around and some people go off and do things. They might move to Australia. Okay, that's not quite working. I expected a little bit more of a gap there. You don't want toxic people in your life. No, you don't. You don't. And another take is that you lose people, but then people come in. You get new people. You know? It's not bad. It's just natural. So why aren't we getting more of a margin? Separator padding, separator margin. Separator is just a line, so game UI renderer. Get next. Separator bounds. So this is a bit more complicated because there might be text. Separator padding is 8. Oh, it's using the padding as the height. No, it's not. So this is 2 times separator padding. And then we're going result. Result equals 2 times style panel padding. Next P is result.h, so no, that's not correct. So we do need a margin. UI renderer. Okay, next, separator bounds. So this is 2 times. So result.h, we're doing 4 times separator padding. If there's text, we plus equal the line height. I think I'm just going to get rid of that. Else, we don't do anything. Separator margin. Too kind. Drama does suck, man. I'm at a stage in my life where I can't be bothered. I just can't be bothered with it. People are causing drama, and I don't need a lot of people in my life. You know, I have a small group of friends, and then I've got my family, my wife and my kid, And now, I've got Twitch chat, which is quite nice. Because I don't know, because I live in quite a small town, I don't really know. I know a couple of other coders in my town, but no one else. It's nice to have people who are coders. My glass is enchanted. I have a little bit of like, what's it called, where you have like pain here when you get a cold. So the glasses kind of help a little bit with that. Okay, so what's going on, because I'm not seeing any separator margin. Oh, so this actually is bounds.y plus bounds.height over 2 minus 1. Bins, not bounds, bins. It's alright, Nuke Bird, I don't mind about that. I don't mind at all. Yeah, I mean, we're making quite good progress with this UI. I've only been on it like a week, just over a week, and it's changed massively in appearance. I've given myself till February to do this entire UI. So, break up for Christmas, and then I'll have 2 months when I get back. End of Feb. But the UI does include all the dialogue, the dialogue boxes, not dialogue boxes like OS, like when the characters speak to you, those dialogue boxes. So it's in-game dialogue as well, in-game UI rather than menu UI, so there's quite a lot of that. An entire UI from scratch, yeah, it is. And what's really cool about it is that the same back-end drives this and all this UI. It's all the same, like the same code for the button there and here. It's all the same, just the front end that's changed, so you draw it differently. So it's like that was one of the missions that I had for this UI system, was you right there, because the niggly bit about UI is the back-end stuff. It's like getting all that sorted out. And then you can have multiple front ends, multiple styles, and how you render them and stuff. Try switch DirectX with something else. No, I mean, there's actually very little abstraction. Well, so rather than abstract away DirectX, I've just got like a front end and a back end. So it's a pipeline more than an abstraction. So you would, if you just wanted to switch to Vulkan, you'd write pretty much the same thing in Vulkan as you've just done in DirectX. They are pretty similar, aren't they? From what I've seen. I reckon it'd take, if I sat down and worked, say like 30 hours a week, it'd probably take about a month to get a Vulkan renderer for the game. That's with not having any Vulkan experience really, other than like drawing a triangle. But I can't see it being it's that hard really. People think graphics programming is hard because Vulkan is verbose. Is a verbose API, which is interesting as well. I've seen that said. That is not why graphics programming is hard. That's a misunderstanding. If you try to do web phones, I'd recommend OpenGL instead. Vulkan everywhere isn't there yet. Yeah. I have done a fair bit of OpenGL actually in the past. What's nice about DirectX 12 that I don't think you can do in OpenGL, and you can't do in DirectX 11, is you can have these things called unbounded descriptor tables, which means you can just point shaders to memory. You can point uniforms in shaders to memory, and you just guarantee that the stuff is there. So I don't have to bind textures individually, do you know what I mean? And stuff like that, which means I can just dump all the textures on the graphics card, point to the start, have an index, and then everything can just reference textures by index. And you can't do that in DirectX 11, and I don't think you can do that in OpenGL either. That's one of the reasons why I did DirectX 12 for this, rather than DirectX 11. Ads. Alright, Nukebird. Unbounded descriptor tables. So, so what is it? Here, look, we got num descriptors unbounded. So you don't have to specify exactly how many textures you are using. You just be like, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the texture array. And then it can be, you could put like 1 million textures on there. And then all you have to do is then put indices either in the vertices, or you could set them up with root constants or anything really. So you could have every vertex, if you want, reference a different texture and stuff like that, which you can't do in DirectX 11. I mean, there might be a way, but I don't know a way. And I've forgotten why you can't do it. I just remember you can't do it. So that's one of the things, one of the reasons why I actually chose DirectX. Because then you can like instance everything. It doesn't depend on texture or anything. It doesn't depend on, you don't have to set loads of texture array or anything. Yeah, bindless texture. I love that. Bindless texturing is a bit complex. Who wrote that? I don't know enough about OpenGL to know if this is the same thing. Okay. Bindless. So does this need to be hard coded? Well, the samplers... I don't know enough about OpenGL. Can use a texture without binding them. Reserve IDs for the textures you need. And then reference them by index in like a vertex. Or something like that. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it might be the same thing. Maybe. So are these the samplers or are these the textures? Or are they the same thing in OpenGL? Make arrays of dynamic length. Yeah. Let's have a look at this. Bindless textures. What am I to bind them? Yeah, this might be it. So do you think this is like a Vulkan? This is wrapping Vulkan. So I don't know about. Is OpenGL wrapping Vulkan these days? Is that how it works? So so do you need to specify as well the number of sampler 2Ds? Because that's not the same. That's like limiting, you've only got 1,000 then. Should be legal. So you should be, yeah, let me just... Does 1,000 need to be set here? Unbounded arrays. It says direct factor and all Vulkan. What about in OpenGL? Oh, this is what you're talking about, innit? Dr. Elliot, how's it going? Long time no see. You can use unsized array. The standard does not support truly unbounded arrays for the samplers in the same way. As long as you can do it though. You must store them as handles. These require fixed sizes. So you could do this type of thing. Ah yeah, there we go. That's what you were saying, wasn't it? Yeah, that's really handy. I found that really handy to be able to do that. I wonder if you can do it in DirectX 11. No, it's not supported. Yeah. You need ints. So it's basically ints as well in DirectX 12. It's not like yeah, it's expressed differently in the shader. But yeah, it's basically a contiguous block of ints or U64s. But yeah, you can't do it in DirectX 11. So that's like, so DirectX 11 then technically is the worst out of OpenGL and Vulkan for this, which is interesting because you'd think OpenGL was a little bit like old school. Awesome. But yeah, it's really handy. I found it really useful to do that. Where are we at then? So I think this is possibly separator padding because there's only one pixel. What you're working on, UI menus, specifically the appearance, not the functionality, just the appearance. So I've been working for a while on the main menu. So I've got this thing where if the mouse is not near it, it settles down, and then you come up to it, and then I put in some lighting effects and some lens flares. And then I did the transitions, so when they come in, it comes in by like dropping from the top, and transitions by going out to the side. And then now I'm working on the submenus, so the things in the middle. So they aren't going to try. They do drop down in the same way at the moment, but they're not going to. They're going to work a little bit differently, I think. Nice little memory tracker. What do you mean? What do you mean, memory tracker? Oh, the heap display. Yeah. It's good for so you got like mallocs and heaps this frame. If obviously this is higher, you've got a memory leak, so that's quite nice. And then I've got how many render targets are currently in the pool, and then how much GPU memory I'm using, and then how many mallocs. I don't think this is size, this is like how many mallocs. How many times have I called malloc on the heap? And then how big is the free list? How many megabytes of committed heap memory? It's just really just to spot memory leaks. Have you tried Tracy? No, I haven't. Fu Manchu loves Tracy as well. No, I haven't. Yeah, I love Tracy. Yeah, cool. I will. When the game gets more full of stuff, I'll do stuff like that. Yeah, cool. I think Fu Manchu contributes to it on GitHub, from what I remember. He's not here. He's not here at the moment. He's probably arguing with one of his colleagues at work. I think he's having a bad time. So tomorrow, I don't know how much I'll be able to code tomorrow, but I need to. What happens when you click? Right now, click doesn't do anything to the button other than make a noise. It would be nice for it to do something. And then I need to. I'm working on this display menu first, I think. Need to figure out what transition I want, because I do want some kind of set, but I think it's just going to settle back by scaling rather than, because it doesn't look symmetrical in terms of perspective projection there. It's hard for me to, because if I move too close, it's hard for me to demonstrate. But if you look at the highlighted blue lines across the bottom, they're at different angles, which I don't like. But I don't think that matters, because it's not going to settle to the side like this one. It's going to probably just settle back a little bit. But I'll do that tomorrow. And then can't read that, which is not good. And then need to do something with this. There are several bugs in the, well, I don't think it's the drop down. I don't think there are any bugs in the drop down. Doesn't look very nice. There is a bug in the, oh, you can see it's not even clipping. There's a bug there in the text positioning, so I need to fix that. But we'll get there. And obviously these need to be sorted out. Slowly moving over to the new one. Oh, thanks, Dr. Elliot, thanks. I think it's going to look nice. I can't wait to get onto the dialogue, you know, like the game when you talk to an NPC. Right now the dialogue box is for NPC, I mean there's no one to talk to because I haven't spawned them in. But the dialogue box is just a black box right now. And that's going to be cool when I get to do that. And before that, because this is like a UI work, around, which I'm going to do for the next couple of months. I put in custom mouse cursors, and you can, when you drag these little icons about, they become the mouse cursor. So it's super responsive. And a whole icon system actually. So the icons can be, there's MIPs of the icons. So if you want to like, if you go like to your codex or whatever, and there's like the apple tree, you could have like the big icon there or something. There's quite a lot of work to do. And all these, like the full UI system's going to get done over the next couple of months. Like all these progress bars, and this is kind of debug, but I do need this information somewhere. This is like what level you are and what experience you've got and stuff. So yeah, it's going to be the next couple of months. But yeah, I'm going to have to sign off now because I've got to go and pick my kid up from school. But it was a good stream, did a fair bit. Mostly debugging, and then this lens flare effect. But yeah, looking alright. Yeah, see you later. See you later. Hopefully back tomorrow, but if not, I will be back in the next, before the end of the week, before the Christmas holidays. But yeah, thanks very much, and see you next time.